The Yoyogi National Stadium in downtown Tokyo, a fantastic venue, and one couldn't be better as we welcome you to another day of action at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And welcome to the cut and thrust and the thrills and the skills of wheelchair rugby. And we've reached these two matches. Later we'll have the semi-final between Japan and Great Britain. First up, we're going to have the playoff for 7th and 8th place between Denmark and New Zealand. This is a sport which is high energy, very strategic, and played by fiercely competitive athletes. Denmark have the one win in the competition so far. That was over Australia on day one. They beat the Australians by 54-53, and New Zealand have yet to have a victory in their 3 games. This will be the last match of this Paralympic Games for both teams. Big day here for both teams as they look to finish these Paralympic Games on a high with a victory.
Please welcome your referees, Katarina Adler-Dollhofer from Austria and Ryan Cadet from Canada.
So the referees, Ryan Cadet from Canada and Kathy Adler-Dollhofer of Austria. Let's welcome the Danish team now, and here comes Leon Jørgensen, their captain. Number 1 is Thomas Pay. Morten Elmholt is number 2. He's from Aarhus in Denmark. Jakob Mortensen and Kortemame, number 4 and 5 respectively. Sophie Skalbau, the women's wheelchair rugby player in the Denmark team. Kurt Busk, Jesper Kruger coming out now. And the rest of the Danish team, which includes Christian Eriksen, number 9, Sebastian Fredriksen, one of their linchpin players, Mark Peters, who's been fantastic off the bench, and Mikael Schutel to complete the lineup. So the co-captains, Leon Jørgensen and Sophie Skalbau. Jason Regier, the American coach of Denmark, one of the greatest players, 2-time Olympic or Paralympic Games gold medalist for the USA in 2008. Also won medals in 2012 and retired after winning silver for the United States in 2016. And here comes the New Zealand team. Cody Everson, the captain, leading out his side. There's Gareth Lynch. Hayden Barton-Coots, influential player, 27 years of age from Auckland. And here is the New Zealand team, just 8 players in it. The other players include Mike Todd, Gavin Rotten, Robbie Hewitt, Painafi Lafono, and the very popular Barney Kunaferanisi. He's been one of the best players for New Zealand in this Paralympic Games. Here's Greg Mitchell, the coach of the New Zealand team. He's been head coach for 2 years. A real stalwart, and has given a lot of his own time to the cause since he was appointed assistant coach in 2014. So there are the two sides set for their last game of these games, and it's time now for the national anthems.
Anthem of Denmark.
両国国歌の演奏、まずはデンマーク国歌の演奏。
The anthem of New Zealand.
続いてニュージーランド国歌の演奏。
Ladies and gentlemen, your teams, Denmark and New Zealand.
Not far away now from a start in this 7th-8th playoff match here in the wheelchair rugby. But before we get started, it is time now for the New Zealand haka. Oh, great to see the haka performed here at these Paralympic Games. Here is the Danish lineup for the start of the match. Pay, Elmholt, Mortensen and Schutel. So that's an interesting decision there by Coach Regier not to start with the established players, including their captain Leon Jurgensen and Sebastian Fredriksson, who have been instrumental, as well as Mark Peters. Coach Regier choosing to play some other players, give them an opportunity in this match. Here is the New Zealand lineup. Gavin Rolton, Robbie Hewitt, Panafi Lefono and Barney Konoferanisi. See the classification number to the right of each player's name. That total number can't exceed 8.0 points on court. It forces the coaches to have a mixture of higher functional players, or players based with have a higher functional ability, mixed in with those who are not. So the higher the number next to the player's name, the more functional ability they have. This is a mixed sport, of course. Denmark do have one woman on their side, and they are allowed an extra 0.5 in the classifications because of her appearance. One of 4 women playing this sport here at these Paralympic Games. As we get ready for the start of the match now. So the wheelchair rugby match between New Zealand and Denmark underway. It's going to be Denmark in the white and New Zealand in the black. This is the match for 7th and 8th place here at Tokyo 2020. Wheelchair rugby is played in 8-minute quarters. And possession is king as Denmark will get the first try of the game. And a good score coming in there from number 4, Jakob Mortensen, 24 years of age. Part of the team that Denmark had at the European Championships in 2019. That's where they qualified for their very first Paralympic Games here in Tokyo. They finished second to Great Britain in that tournament. And there's a lovely pass from Lefono down to Konoferanisi. And New Zealand's leading scorer of this tournament gets his first try of the game. Korofera-Nisi averaging 17.3 tries per game. Well clear of any other New Zealand player. And Denmark's most attacking players aren't out on court at the moment. As we see Korofera-Nisi trying to stop a try here. And he just can't quite get his wheels there in time to stop Mikael Schutel scoring his first try. Schutel not used too much by Coach Regier in this game so far. And straight away, Lefono is forced into a player timeout. Teams have 4 player timeouts per game, and often they're used strategically. Often when players are in trouble of losing the ball, they will call a timeout to retain possession. Turnovers have been a problem for New Zealand in this tournament so far. They're conceding on average 10.7 per game, although that number did drop substantially after their last game against Canada. So New Zealand will need to ensure their turnovers are well under 10.7 to be in the game here with Denmark, who opened the tournament with a win over the double Olympic gold medalists Australia, but since then have not won a match. Here's Korofera-Nisi getting a nice screen and finding some space on the right there to score a try. That was excellent work by number 10 for New Zealand there, Robbie Hewitt, who's having a very good Olympic Games. This is a strategic game where a lot of work gets done by players who don't get the ball too often, and you can see another player timeout there has been called by Denmark this time. They couldn't really find any space to inbound the pass, so they have called a player timeout and gives coach Jason Regier. He's done a magnificent job with this Danish side. It's wonderful to see legendary players like him contributing to the sport, not necessarily in his own country, but in an adopted nation. Kevin Orr, of course, the Japanese coach at the moment in that category as well. So Denmark come forward. New Zealand playing the deep defence this time, trying to keep them out on the key. And there's space there. Good score coming in there for Morten Elmholt this time. It's Denmark leading by 3-2. There's a good ball down to Lefono. And Lefono passes to Korofera-Nisi. And Korofera-Nisi goes in to score for New Zealand to lock the scores up at 3-3. So a tidy start by both teams here. Korofera-Nisi has all 3 of New Zealand's tries to date in this game. Oh, it's excellent pace. Korofera-Nisi, though, is very fast in his chair. Oh, good ball. Try scored by Jakob Mortensen. He gets his second of the game. Started as a wheelchair basketball player, age 21, but switched to the sport a year later. He's now 36 years of age. Here's Tainafi Lefono. Oh, ambitious pass. Korofera-Nisi can't pick that up, and he's balanced on his one wheel there for a while, Mortensen. But the Danish bench is celebrating because that is a steal, the first of the game. And it is Denmark who will now get the opportunity to build a 2-point lead. And Mortensen there, it's like in slow motion, coming down to the court. But as we've mentioned in other games, you're not a real wheelchair rugby player until you take tumbles. So Gavin Rolton goes to the penalty box for New Zealand, so he's out of the game for 1 minute, or until Denmark score a try. So it's a 4-on-3 situation for Denmark at the moment. Some vigorous defence coming in there from Korofera-Nisi, but it's always hard to defend a team when they have a numerical advantage out on court. So Denmark take the first 2-point lead of the game. Korofera-Nisi double teamed, which means a player's open, and it's Lefono. Korofera-Nisi again will look for some screens. Can't find gap on the left there. Lefono No space for him down the centre. Koroferanisi with 15 seconds left to score a try. Otherwise, New Zealand will turn the ball over. Here goes Barney Koroferanisi again. They're down to 7. Koroferanisi gives it to Lefono. Can he get his 2 wheels over the line? He can. There's a score. There are 6 wheels on the chair. And you only have 2. You only need to have 2 to go over the line to score the try. It is a hard-earned try by New Zealand. There's a good pass down court. Comfortable score coming up here for Denmark as we saw a replay of that score to Koroferanisi. Denmark restore that 2-try lead. Panafi Lefono to inbound it for New Zealand. Koroferanisi trying to get free to get the ball. Lovely inbound pass to Hewitt. Now Lefono again, and there's the lovely ball down to Koroferanisi, who will score his 4th try, New Zealand's 5th of the game. New Zealand are appearing at their 4th Paralympic Games in the sport. Denmark at their 1st. So it's wonderful to see a new team emerge like Denmark. New Zealand have won a gold medal in the sport before. That was back in Athens in 2004, bronze in 2000 as well. But after finishing 5th in Beijing, Lefono almost lost the ball there. New Zealand have not been back at a Paralympic Games until now. Denmark have, as mentioned, this is their 1st Paralympic Games appearance. They've been to the World Championships 3 times, best of 6th place in 2014, and they are a twice silver medalist at the European Championships as well. Lefono was forced into a player timeout. There's still no sign of Hayden Barton-Coots in this game just yet, as New Zealand come forward now. Or their captain, Cody Everson, who's been left on the substitutes bench for the start of this game. No room there for Koroferanisi, so he needs to go back. Ambitious pass to Lefono, and it's a good pass too. On the money there for Tanafi Lefono. Beautiful pass there from Koroferanisi. These passes have got to be so accurate. And New Zealand continue to press high on their defence, which Denmark again are able to break down on that occasion. Schutel gets his 3rd try. And we are restoring a 2-try lead as Koroferanisi goes for the try, and he is rewarded with another one. Plays with supreme confidence, does Barney Koroferanisi. Yes, he can turn the ball over. He is prone to turnovers, but he does score a lot of tries and has emerged as a key player for New Zealand in this tournament. This score, and a good one too for Morten Elmholt of Denmark. Still no sign of Sebastian Fredriksson or Mark Peters for Denmark in this game. There's a good ball down to Lefono, and it was excellent work that time by Robbie Hewitt to create the space for his teammate. And there's another one for New Zealand. So the team's going try for try at the moment. New Zealand have only turned the ball over once, and there's been 1 steal to Denmark as well. So there's been 2 changeovers in possession, both to Denmark, whose ball handling has been secure at the moment. Oh, that is about to change now. It's Koroferanisi. We'll get one here. Oh, Willie. Can he pick the ball up? He's got it. Oh, now there's some hard defence coming in, though, from Denmark. Koroferanisi might have to call a player timeout. Oh, wonderful ball. Lefono, though, can't get there. Still plenty of time on the shot clock for New Zealand now to get this game back on level terms. Koroferanisi, oh yes, good work over that right edge again. by Robbie Hewitt. Here's the turnover once again. Beautifully batted away by Hewitt. And then watch Hewitt there, just on the right of screen, create the space for Connor Ferenisi to score the try. So excellent work at both ends of the court by Robbie Hewitt. And New Zealand are back on level terms. Trouble here for Mortensen. He's double teamed. Still has possession. Elmholt now for Denmark. Oh, another ambitious pass, but this time momentum is going to carry Schutel over for the try. He's a 2.0 classification player, which means he's a medium pointer. And here's the high pointer. 3.5 class here for Connor Ferenisi, which means he has more functional ability. And a good quick score for New Zealand, who look like they're keen to get some subs into the game, but they can't substitute any players until a stoppage other than a try happens. No room there for Elmholt. Lovely little inbound pass again. That time Mortensen scoring his third try. As we go inside the last 2 minutes now of this first quarter. Whoa, almost stolen. Hewitt still got it, and it's worked out okay. Now Lafono, has he got the pace to get there? He does. 11 all. Lafono will score his fourth try. So all of New Zealand tries just coming from Connor Ferenisi and Lafono right now. Oh, it is still Denmark ball. Close call there for the Danes, who are just becoming a little bit sloppy with their ball handling. But with that ball being lost out of court, it does allow substitutes to happen. Barton Coots and Everson are coming on for New Zealand. Mark Peters is on now for Denmark. So is Kurt Busk. Peters is all energy. He's got the ball right here. He and Connor Ferenisi will have a great battle in this game. Very agile, fast players. Player timeout is called just in the nick of time for Denmark. Teams only have 12 seconds. Once they gain possession, they only have 12 seconds to get over the halfway line. It's a very similar rule to basketball. As you go through the sport, there are a lot of elements from other sport incorporated into wheelchair rugby, including basketball and ice hockey, handball, American football, and of course rugby. There's Peters. No space there. Connor Ferenisi shuts the gap down. Good work from Everson there. Peters has great pace. Shot clock down to 6. And again, that lovely position taken up by Mikael Schutel will allow Denmark to score the try. Barton Coots, powerful left arm on him. Get some good work and support there from Gavin Rolton. Just gets over the halfway line in time. Barton Coots almost tangled up there with Kurt Busk. And now Barton Coots can't squeeze through, but he gives it to Connor Ferenisi, and he's there. So New Zealand looking a bit more likely in this game so far as we close in now on the last 40 seconds of this first half, of the first quarter, as Peters. Very good ball. Connor Ferenisi in danger of giving away a penalty there. He is one of the most penalised players in the tournament, is Connor Ferenisi. In fact, he is the most penalised player with 8. So New Zealand have 29.3 seconds left to equalise the scores, and they will get the first possession in the second quarter as well. Barton Coots is free on the right. Whoa. And unfortunately, Eriksson was the victim of that from Barton Coots. And that is going to go against the New Zealander. see what the decision is here. Coots looked like he was a little bit nervous. In fact, it's going to go on the player Eriksson, who came in on Barton Coots on the side. So New Zealand will have this last possession. Now there's a slight problem on the sideline with Eriksson blowing a tyre. So with 17.9 seconds left and a numerical advantage on court, New Zealand should level the scores up and take this clock right down as close to zero as they possibly can to deny Denmark scoring or having an opportunity to score. Inside the last 10 seconds, so there's Barton Coots. Use up as much time as possible. 2.2 seconds, so back comes Eriksson on court now. New Zealand will be desperate not to concede a try here in these last couple of seconds, and Denmark will not have time to score. So an entertaining first quarter here in the 7th and 8th playoff match, and it's ended with New Zealand and Denmark tied at 13 all. So Conor Ferenisi with 8 tries in the first quarter. Panafi Lefono with 4, and Barton Coots that 1 try just on quarter time, and Mikael Schutel has 6, Elmholt 4, and Mortensen 3. No sign yet of one of the key players for Denmark, number 10, Sebastian Fredriksson. Sure we will see him introduced soon into the game by coach Jason Regier. So 13 all at the end of the first quarter. Good even game. With just the 3 scorers for New Zealand so far. Conor Ferenisi has 8, Lefono 4, and Barton Coots 1. The leading scorer for Denmark, second quarter underway between Denmark and New Zealand here at the wheelchair rugby at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. It's Denmark in the white, New Zealand in the black. 13 all after the first quarter. And Peters now for Denmark. Good defence on him from Conor Ferenisi. And that is going to go against Denmark. There was a push. In fact, it's going to go against New Zealand, of course. There's a push there, legal push by Cody Everson, number 14. And now Denmark have a 4-on-3 situation. As Peters will find space. And he will take the opportunity to score immediately and bring Everson back into the game. So Denmark with the first score of the second quarter. Barton Coots goes long, and Everson's got to get his wheels behind this one, which he's done beautifully. And it was a good try. Excellent vision from Barton Coots, and a good score by the New Zealand captain, Cody Everson from Christchurch, nicknamed the Lion. He's been playing very well in this tournament too as Peters races down court. Conor Ferenisi tries to disrupt him. Peters, a very active and busy player, and he's nice and physical too, Mark Peters. Began in the sport 2014, did Peters. Works in IT in the Danish army. And that was how his impairment became acquired back in Afghanistan in 2009. Now Conor Ferenisi races down court and scores the equalising try for New Zealand, 15 apiece. Try number 9 to Barney Ferenisi. Eriksson to inbound it. Busk has it now for Denmark. Peters, lovely pass from Eriksson. Peters, though, is jammed, but he finds a way through. Oh, ambitious pass. I'm not sure if Eriksson was the intended recipient. Originally, I think it might have been Shootdale, but Eriksson does well to score the try for Denmark, and that's the first time he's got over the line to score. Once again, it's Denmark leading, and now Conor Ferenisi races down court to score another one. Conor Ferenisi from Auckland. Interesting player, Conor Ferenisi. He admitted as Peters scores the try to take the scores back to 17-16. Conor Ferenisi admitted that when in the selectors touched base with him to let him know he was off to Japan for the Paralympic Games, he realised his passport had expired and needed a new one. And he only got called up late too. Barton Coots, another Aucklander. Also plays wheelchair basketball. So there's a major problem here with Gavin Rolton's chair. It's taking a bit of time to repair, get fixed. Peters, key man for Denmark, who has been involved with 2 European Championship campaigns. It's great to see New Zealand back in this Paralympic Games too. 13 years since they last appeared. New wave of players now, all of them on debut here. In fact, all players from both teams on debut at this Paralympic Games. So we have a massive substitutes that have just been named or have come into the game. Sebastian Fredriksson is in the game now for Denmark. Conor Ferenisi out for New Zealand. So Barton Coots, Lafonnel back in for him. And Everson is open, but Barton Coots gets the ball. Oh, great collision between he and Peters. And that's excellent play. Lafonnel off a beautiful pass. A well-worked try by New Zealand there. One of their better team efforts. 17 all. Lafonnel gets his 5th. Hewitt back into the game too for New Zealand. Fredriksson with his hands on the ball now for Denmark. Great job there by Everson to jam him up. Fredriksson looking to just cool it off before he will engage the defensive line once again. He's found some space in between Lafonnel and Robbie Hewitt to score his first try. Sebastian Fredriksson, a key player. He's been averaging 25 tries per game for Denmark. He's also a very good player in terms of his organisational skills. Lafonnel just keeping his balance. Hewitt. I want to get the ball to Barton Coots if they can. Now he has it. This Barton Coots. And will he go around the outside? Tries to squeeze around Fredrickson. He's got excellent mobility. And now Barton Coots with 8 on the shot clock. Tries the direct route. Passes it over to Robbie Hewitt, who scores the try. Good work. Hewitt getting over to score his first try of the game. Currently lives in Te Aroha in a Waikato region. 18 all. Fredrickson's got plenty of pace. Oh, Lafono timed that tackle to perfection. Good work by New Zealand defensively there. And a timeout, a player timeout has been called by Denmark. So Denmark have already used 3 of their 4 timeouts in this game. They only have 1 left, and we've still got 4 minutes and 50 seconds left in this second period. It's 13 all after the first period, so New Zealand, who have had not really had any, or had a look at winning any of their games today so far in the 3 games they've played, maybe got more of an opportunity here as this game progresses. We'll see as Fredrickson again tries to find space, but it's blocked by Everson. However, another infringement has been spotted by a referee from Canada, Ryan Gaudet, and that has ended with Lafono into the penalty box. So Denmark trying hard to score here. Jurgensen. Fredrickson. New Zealand allowing him to score the try, and that will bring them back to 4 on 4. Lafono, this time in the penalty box over. 19-18 to Denmark. New Zealand's challenge has been finding good opportunities to score tries when Konofera-Nisi's not on the court. And Hewitt can't catch up with that one. Well, the idea was right from Lafono, but the pass wasn't quite accurate, so a turnover there. Second one New Zealand have conceded in the game. Now gives the Danes the chance to go back to a 2-goal or 2-try lead. And it's Fredrickson who will do just that. Last time Denmark were in front by 2 was back when the score was 9-7. And it was after about 4 minutes of the first period. And now we have an equipment timeout. Barton Coots has got a flat tyre. So we'll get the opportunity to make a replacement wheel. Lafono, Everson. So Konofera-Nisi is waiting to come back on. Barton Coots is good to go again. Really important New Zealand score here. And don't lose possession. Lafono, good hands. They've got in space here, but Barton Coots has jammed up 2 players. But New Zealand have a 3-on-2 situation, and Hewitt's got it. Wonderful pass from Lafono. So good work by New Zealand there. And they're going to play a half-court defence this time. New Zealand have been pressing high, but this time they just decide to occupy the key at the other end of the court. This is Sebastian Fredrickson. Despite the best efforts of Barton Coots, another try there for Fredrickson in this game. It's his 4th try. And he's been on for just under 3 minutes. Nice time to pass. It's down to Everson. And Everson forced to call a player timeout there. He was very close to going over the sideline there. And if he had, without calling the player timeout, New Zealand would have turned the ball over. So again, Everson, no option. But it will give them the opportunity to bring Korneferenisi back into the game now. So there's a bit of a silver lining to that occurrence there. Korneferenisi back in now. Lefono out. And Rolton is back in too. 0.5 class player. Oh, that's a dangerous pass, and it's been picked up by Jurgensen. New Zealand desperate to get the ball back. Someone's lost their tyre again, and it's another turnover try to Denmark. 3-try lead now for the Danes. And a critical moment in the game here unfolding. Denmark have now scored 4 of the last 5 goals in the game, rather tries in the game. So a nice little period of dominance here for Denmark. So New Zealand now need to re-establish themselves after a bit of a lean run. Barton Coots has lost it. Now it's awarded to Denmark, so New Zealand again have trouble inbounding the ball. Now the pass that time just not able to be gathered by Barton Coots. Jurgensen has it for Denmark. Fredriksson will get away from the traffic. And that's good work by Denmark. Good work by Thomas Pay to create the initial space there for Fredriksson to extend this lead to 4 now. So 5 of the last 6 tries have now been scored by Denmark. And New Zealand now finally get some momentum back into their game with Barton Coots scoring. Good work from Korneferenisi. Barton Coots, a natural left-hander. Fredriksson coming down court for Denmark, and he's got his eyes on the try line. Very good player, Fredriksson. Very instrumental in Denmark's win over Australia in pool play. He's Korneferenisi. He's got plenty of pace. Now he'll back himself to go round Leon Jurgensen, and he does. Korneferenisi scores the try. It's his 11th. So you can see when Korneferenisi is on for New Zealand, their attacking options are increased big time. Beautiful ball from Fredriksson to Jurgensen, and he will go and score. Leon Jurgensen, the 36-year-old. So New Zealand won't want this lead to get any bigger than what it currently is. Flipping between 4 and 3 at the moment. And Korneferenisi does beautifully there off that screen set by Gavin Rolton. So it's back to 3, but New Zealand would love a turnover here. Whoa! Great collision. Barton Coots. Fredriksson kept his balance. And Fredriksson will ease up a bit more time. What this does too is allow the Danish defence to get set for the next play as well. Although they've still got to score it. And New Zealand have got a turnover. Excellent work from Barney Korneferenisi. And also Gavin Rolton. There's the little steal from Korneferenisi. Good work from him. Actually gone down as a turnover from Fredriksson. But now New Zealand, to make that turnover in possession count, they have to score. Straight away, Korneferenisi in trouble. How did he get out of there? He's done brilliantly there. Great try. And a welcome turnover and score there for them, for the New Zealanders rather. And now it is back to a 2-try game. And we're inside, or just about inside the last minute of this first half. Denmark, there are no more turnovers or decisions, that fouls or anything. They'll get the first possession of the third quarter. Jurgensen trying to find a way over, and he's done so just. So Denmark will get one more possession in this half. There's some serious tackling going in there, and Rolton can't quite get the ball to Conor Ferenisi. So some excellent defensive work coming in there from Denmark to disrupt possession for New Zealand. So Fredriksson with his hands on the ball. Yes, good ball. And that's excellent work by Jurgensen. So again, that 4-try lead is re-established by Denmark. Conor Ferenisi. You'll want a quick try. And he'll score the try. Pretty good work there by Conor Ferenisi not to crash into those advertising hoardings. He was under some serious heat there by Fredriksson. That's really good work there by Conor Ferenisi. So it's 27-24 with just under 30 to play now until half-time. Fredriksson will go down court, but won't take the opportunity to score just yet. Neither will Jurgensen. Fredriksson with 12 on the game clock. So that means New Zealand will have 6 to score. It's an important 6 seconds here for New Zealand. If they can score here and narrow that gap to 3, it must be a bonus situation for them. Now, Conor Ferenisi's got it to get those wheels moving, and he has. Can he squeeze through here? Oh, he just can't quite get the pass to Everson. Helter-skelter, exciting finish to that quarter. Doesn't end with a try for New Zealand. So at half-time here in the 7th-8th playoff game, it is Denmark leading by 28-24. Good work by Denmark as they navigated their way through those 2 quarters. A couple of key turnovers in that second quarter enabled them to outscore New Zealand by 4, 15-11 in that second 8 minutes. Well, let's have a look at some stats as we enjoy the halftime break here. It's Denmark by 4. That score at quarter time was 13 all. Turnovers, New Zealand again being hampered by turnovers. 4 in the first half. Steals even and penalties too hampering New Zealand with 3-1. It's halftime here. It's Denmark leading 28-24 in the game. And leading their scorers at the moment is Sebastian Fredriksson with 8. Cal Schutel has 6. Good contributions coming too from that man near Jurgensen. He has 3. Morten Elmholt has 4 as well. So those are the leading goal scorers try scorers rather, for Denmark. And you can see Barney Corner-Fidanisi, who's averaging 17 a game, is New Zealand's leading scorer again with 14. Tainafi Lafono has 5, and Robbie Hewitt has 2 tries. So it's half-time here. It's Denmark leading by 28-24. Stay with us. We'll have the second half for you very shortly.
Pass it. Pass it on the way back.
Second half not too far away from starting here at Yoyogi National Stadium in wheelchair rugby action at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Hope you're enjoying this match. This is the playoff for 7th and 8th between New Zealand and Denmark. And it's the Danes that hold the lead heading into the second half by 4. They lead 28-24. New Zealand and Denmark playing off for 7th and 8th place. New Zealand 0 wins. No wins from their 3 games. Denmark just the 1 win from their 3, beating Australia in their first match, hunting for their 2nd win at these games. Third quarter underway between New Zealand and Denmark in wheelchair rugby action here at Tokyo 2020. And it's New Zealand in the black, Denmark in the white. New Zealand with the first possession in the third quarter, as they look to cut that lead back to 3. Kornefit-Onisi. Nice pass, and Barton Coots will slap it in reverse to score the try. And it's back to 3. Barton Coots gets his 3rd try of the game. And now here come Denmark. And he gets there just in time, Fredriksson rather. Interesting to see that coach Jason Regier has started his 2 best attacking players in this third quarter. Fredriksson, number 10, and Mark Peters, number 11. Kornefit-Onisi is going to need a big second half for New Zealand if he and his teammates come back into this game. And there's Kornefit-Onisi getting his try to start the second half. That's 15 for him. Straight away, Fredriksson is finding space. Kornefit-Onisi is going to defend him, though. And it is Fredriksson that scores the try. Those defending players have to be careful in that situation not to do anything illegal, which will put them in the penalty box. Good inbound pass from Everson. It's Barton Coots. Finds Kornefit-Onisi. Peters. Oh, done well there. Kornefit-Onisi just to veer away from the cone to score the try. It's 3 again, the margin. Yes, Denmark's win over Australia was a big surprise at the start of this tournament. Denmark closing out a 1-try win over the double Olympic gold medalists. Since then, they've been beaten by Japan and France. Missed out on getting into a higher classification match or a quarter-final, or rather a semi-final, by the differential system used in wheelchair rugby, which was applied when teams are tied at the end of pool play. Here's Kornefit-Onisi. Again, he's too quick for all the defenders. And New Zealand have been comfortably beaten in all of their games, although they ended up 51-36 losers to Canada. They're in their 3rd game, which was, even though that's a healthy margin to the Canadians, they were big defeats to the United States and Great Britain. Now, Peters in trouble here, but he's very, very agile. He's got excellent vision, too, to free up a teammate, who is Sebastian Fredriksson on this occasion. Everson does well to shut the gap, but Peters will find some space on the left, courtesy of Thomas Pay, who provided some good blocking on those New Zealand defenders. So try for try in this third quarter so far, 4 each. And there's a lovely ball down from Barton Coots to Abani. Kornefit-Onisi once again. Over he goes. Kornefit-Onisi averaging 17.3 tries per game. He's going to up that average try scoring rate in this game because he already has 18 tries. Leading try scorer in the tournament is actually Jonathan Duvernay of France. He's closing in on 100 tries on the tournament. Kornefit-Onisi had scored 52 before this game, so he's now scored 70 in the tournament. And there's Peters, who's a noted try scorer as well, going over for Denmark. 2:46 to play in quarter 3. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of this match as Barton Coots again lures in defenders to free up Konofera-Nisi. And the try's been scored, a penalty try in fact. It was awarded there even before Konofera-Nisi had crossed the line. Because that move there by Fredrickson was deemed illegal. So penalty try given. And the foul has actually gone on Fredrickson there too. Tries to disrupt Peters. Fredrickson has got space. Konofera-Nisi comes over, but can't disrupt Denmark from scoring another one. So still try for try, 6 tries apiece now in this third quarter. And it looks like Barton Coots has got a problem with his chair, which will need some attention. Thomas Pay there, the 49-year-old. Good shot of him, and it's wonderful to see players of that age still contributing in this sport, still playing the sport. Denmark have 54-year-old Kurt Busk in their team too. Is Konofera-Nisi, can he get it over the halfway? He does just. Barton Coots now has it. Oh, he delayed the pass superbly. That was well played by Hayden Barton Coots to free up Barney Konofera-Nisi. Barton Coots and Konofera-Nisi are on court together in New Zealand. They've been getting some good combinations going, so too Corey Everson. But the Danes have some good players as well, including Sebastian Fredrickson, who scores his 12th in the game. Didn't see him for the majority of that first half either. As Konofera-Nisi puts the foot down, can he go past Peters? Yes. Like lightning down the left flank that time. Peters has possession now for Denmark. This is Fredrickson. And Peters has taken up space on the court. But he's defended by Konofera-Nisi and Barton Coots now, so he needs support. And I think Peters has got a flat tire, so it's an equipment timeout. Quite timely there for Peters, because he had the two New Zealanders marking him up pretty strongly there. Kurt Busk coming down the ball. Peters. Fredrickson, 13 on the shot clock. Good ball, lovely hands from Peters to score. It's a 4-try game again. Everson now the New Zealand captain to inbound it. Straight away he's found Konofera-Nisi. Oh, and he just stays in the field of play. Brilliant work from him. And he'll go over and score. That was a wonderful score for Barney Konofera-Nisi. Fredrickson. Again, excellent play from him and some good screening going on. We're going to have a timeout. Called by New Zealand. There's timeout, says the referee. So 37-33, 3:41 to play in quarter number 3. Chance now for the New Zealand camp to talk things over. It's Corey Everson. Sure, his family and friends in Christchurch will be enjoying watching him compete here in Tokyo, as will the family and friends of all the players. So Jurgensen's going to come back in, Kruger too, for Denmark. So Peters is going to take a break, but Fredriksson is still out there. So the timeout has ended. So there's Greg Mitchell, who has used one of his coach timeouts now. Danish coach Jason Regier hasn't used any. Straight away, Barton Coots. He's going to need a tyre change. You can see all the players being so active, even though Barton Coots is still getting his wheel changed there. Everyone's trying to take up position on the court for the next play. Barton Coots gets the inbound pass. Now Conor Fidanisi has a good defensive work coming in from Rolton ahead of him for New Zealand. Conor Fidanisi gets around Jurgensen, and there's the block from Everson. Oh, he just got in the way there, and help ball's been given. Some excellent work from Jurgensen and from Fredriksson for Denmark on that occasion, and they will get possession. So it works similar to basketball, that rule, or exactly the same as basketball. So after a held ball is called, the arrow switch now goes back to New Zealand for the next held ball or inbound play, and that means that's effectively a turnover, and Denmark have scored a try and extended their lead to 5. So this is the first time the lead's been as big as 5 in the game. And Sebastian Fredriksson, excellent work from him. Here's Conor Fidanisi. Oh, big collision. 2 players are down, and that will be unfortunate for New Zealand with Conor Fidanisi open for the try there, but no score is going to be given. That was all action on the replay, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly. That's why players smile, because they love the contact. This is why they love the sport. Chance to get them stuck in. Play this game. So New Zealand now really need to make sure they score from every possession. They won't want the lead getting bigger than 5. It's Conor Fidanisi off. Excellent play from Everson to score for New Zealand. So Conor Fidanisi, try number 23 in the game. And now New Zealand need good defence, and that's exactly what Conor Fidanisi is trying to do on Fredriksson here. Oh, good work from Fredriksson, and good hands just by Kruger, Jesper Kruger, who scores the try. First of the game for him. Oh, here comes Conor Fidanisi. From Everson this time. Conor Fidanisi has some clear space in front of him and will be too quick for the defence. So Conor Fidanisi is dominating the try scoring for New Zealand. A lot of hard work goes into freeing him into space, as it does for Denmark as well. Good work there from Fredriksson round the outside. Wonderful score. 15 tries in the game for Sebastian Fredriksson, the 27-year-old. He's going to be a key player to watch in future in the sport. 30 years left in front of him. And there's Barton Coots with a good pass down to Conor Ferenisi to score again. We've seen that numerous times in this game. New Zealand have turned the ball over 5 times in the game now. Denmark's more secure, only 1 turnover. They've also pinched the ball twice too, 2 steals. So if Denmark continue to look after the ball as they've done through this game, it's going to be hard for them, hard for New Zealand rather, to find a way back into this contest. Somehow this New Zealand defence has to create uncertainty, and that's a good try for Fredriksson. Everson. Barton Coots, good work again from the 3 key players in this New Zealand team. Conor Ferenisi. Everson working hard off the ball. Beautiful steal. Here comes Fredriksson. That was fantastic play from him. Now they'll settle it down. Soak a bit more time up now. Denmark in control of this game now. Closing on this last minute of the third quarter. It's been a decisive last couple of minutes for Denmark, who now lead by 6. Check this out. Oh, that's a great catch. And Fredriksson iced it by scoring the try as well. And New Zealand getting a little tight now. They were forced to call their player timeout with Conor Ferenisi in trouble. And that was the last player timeout that New Zealand had up their sleeve in this game. So New Zealand just slipping away with their opportunities. 13 all first quarter. Since then, the Danes have slowly taken control of the game. Really important New Zealand now finish this quarter strongly and then go all out for a big comeback in the last quarter, which is coming up shortly, but we're inside the last minute of quarter number 3 now. Fredriksson. No coincidence that Denmark have slowly taken control of the game once he was introduced into this contest. Here he goes, Fredriksson. Such a key player. All the key players can have this ability to know how a play's going to unfold well before it actually does. Now, Conor Ferenisi is tied up. He's desperately trying to wriggle free there. Barton Coots. Get some pressure from Jurgensen. New Zealand have 23 seconds left of this third quarter to score here. They will get the first possession of the fourth quarter as well. But very important here, New Zealand score. It's Conor Ferenisi. Oh, yes, he's done so. And in fact, it's going to be a try. Will it be a try, in fact? Referees picked up an infringement before the try was scored. Which, again, a little unfortunate for New Zealand because Conor Ferenisi was straight through. So that's Kruger who's been put in the penalty box. So Everson now needs to be accurate with this throw-in, which he is. Barton Coots has got 5 seconds left. He's got to get the ball. Conor Ferenisi's got it. And that's well done by New Zealand. Try number 27 for Barney Conor Ferenisi. So 0.4 of a second left. And that won't be enough time for Denmark to go back to a 6-try lead, but a good quarter for the Danes. They outscored New Zealand by 1 to extend their lead to 5 at three-quarter time. It's 43-38. Barney Konafiranisi continues to enjoy himself out there with 27 tries. Nafi Lafono with 5. Barton Coots has picked up 3 tries for New Zealand. And Fredrickson, after missing the majority of the first 2 quarters, is leading now Denmark's scoring with 18. Mark Peters with 7, and Schuttel, who we saw active early in the match, continues to be in the top 3 for Denmark with 6. Some key stats. Other stats in Denmark's favour are steals and turnovers. Yes, some great action there. As Fredrickson continues to dominate this game with 18 tries. He's picked up a steal too. 3 steals to Denmark, just 1 for New Zealand. And turnovers 5 against New Zealand. Konafiranisi again turning over the ball 3 times in this game. It's about his average for the tournament. And Denmark have only conceded 1 turnover. So somehow New Zealand have to earn some turnovers in this quarter, in this last 8 minutes, to get back into the game and perhaps post their one and only win of these Paralympic Games. Final quarter underway. Oh, and straight away New Zealand just fortunate there to continue to get possession. Final quarter of this game. New Zealand in the black. It is Denmark in the white. This is the 7th, 8th playoff game in wheelchair rugby at Tokyo 2020. Denmark leading by 5 at the moment. Barney Konafiranisi leading the try scoring with 27 in the game. Very good player, and over he goes to cut that lead back to 4. Basically, New Zealand need 4 turnovers or 4 changeovers in possession, whether it's stolen or a turnover or foul. They need, and that's going to be a lot for them against this classy Danish side, who, remember, earlier in these games were good enough to beat the double Olympic 2-time defending champions Australia by 1 in their very first game. It's not going to be easy for this New Zealand team as Konafiranisi again taking the scenic route to the try line, but it's good enough. It's not how you score them, it's if you score them. Jurgensen gets the inbound pass from Busk. And Leon Jurgensen now tries to go around the outside of Barton Coots. Oh, and he does just. Oh, kind of fit an easy game with a late charge as well. But Leon Jurgensen gets the try. His 4th of the game. Konafiranisi will catch up with that one comfortably. Really, New Zealand can't afford any more turnovers in this game. They can't afford the ball stolen from them either. really got to turn every possession they have into a try. Fredriksson. Konofedonisi and Barton Coots doing their best to try and disrupt Denmark's main man. And there's no room there, is there? Jørgensen, strong enough to score the try. Good work by him. Nice play from Fredriksson in the lead up to that score by Jørgensen. Konofedonisi off the inbound pass from Everson. Oh, good pass just in time too. It was from Konofedonisi. He was in trouble. And Barton Coots goes over to score. 46-42 it is. It's a 4-try game. And again, the two teams trading tries at the start of this quarter. Rolton trying to disrupt Jørgensen, who's away. Jørgensen will seek the safety of Fredriksson. Good work. Excellent work there. That brought some cheers by the Danish bench for the defensive work there by Kurt Busk. Or was it Kruger? Set up the 20th try there for Fredriksson. And now Konofedonisi through traffic. Denmark happy not to engage too much in the defensive tactics at the moment. At the moment, they seem happy to make sure that they score their own tries to keep preserving this 4-5 try lead. Now some high defence coming in this time from New Zealand. Oh, and a player timeout's called. Good work by the New Zealand team there. They forced a player timeout. Called by Denmark, who have now none left either. So just to clarify that rule there, players can call 4 timeouts during a game at any time. And generally they are used when they're in trouble, i.e. they're about to lose the ball over the sideline, or as in that case, they are under time pressure to get the ball over the halfway line in the required 12 seconds. So they did it there, that player timeout with 1 second on the clock. So Fredriksson. Denmark still have their 2-player coach timeout rather remaining, and New Zealand have 1 left, and it's good work by Fredriksson and Jørgensen this time to finish off the move again. Leon Jørgensen, the co-captain of this Danish side. We haven't seen Sophie Skalbo for a while. In fact, we haven't seen her on court in this game just yet. Barton Coots comes down court now for New Zealand, wearing 6, and he'll sneak through past Everson, who left that space open for him. So no turnovers, no steals, no changeovers in possession so far in this final quarter. We've had 3 minutes of play exactly now. Fredriksson, Barton Coots tries to steal it. Can't get it through. And now there could be an opportunity for New Zealand here. Oh, beautifully gathered there by Jesper Kruger. Are they in trouble here, the Danes? They can't call a player timeout, remember. They've done. Oh, brilliant work by Jørgensen. And Fredriksson can't score, or can he? He can. Well, a hard-earned try. That was excellent finishing by Fredriksson and Jørgensen in the end. New Zealand not rewarded by some really good defence there. There goes Konofedonisi. And there is a striking foul by Fredriksson, but New Zealand are in possession. So he'll go to the penalty box, Sebastian Fredriksson. There's referee Adler Dollhofer of Austria. Sent him to the penalty box. So Everson to inbound it. This pass has got to be accurate though, and it is. Konofit-Anisi set to score his 32nd try. And Denmark are just quite happy for him to score it, because once he does, Fredriksson will cross back into the field of play. Looks like we're going to have a timeout on the floor, called by Danish coach Jason Regier. So, first coach timeout used by Denmark in this game with 4:11 to play. And Denmark leading by 4. So Denmark should be able to close the game out here, but there is still work to do. Little New Zealand Steele might put pressure on his team. He's just ensuring that they make good, sound decisions. So this gives the Kiwis the chance to get all their 4 players behind the ball as well. As Fredriksson. New Zealand would love a stop here. Fredriksson probing, searching for that gap. Not going to find it through there, or he does. Oh, how did he squeeze through there? It's brilliant wheelchair control by Fredriksson there. Backing it in, can't hit the cone, remember. Wonderful score. Spartan Coots now for New Zealand. And this time Denmark pressing high. Ambitious pass, it's going to fall for Konofit-Anisi. Hey, close call there for New Zealand. And remember, they really can't afford any more turnovers. Todd and Lefon look on. Now New Zealand defend high this time, press high. Oh, they are going to turn it over. And New Zealand have got the ball, so that tactic of defending high, pressing high has paid off. New Zealand have got the first turnover of the final quarter. They need more, and they also need to score from these turnovers to have any chance of cutting this lead all the way back to 0. Still going to be a hard ask for them. There's Konofit-Anisi. He's got Coots, Barton Coots there. That's a lovely pass. Barton Coots, though, will get out of that tangle with that Danish defender and score the try. So New Zealand now continue this high press defence. Oh, this time Fredriksson's burst through and will race away to score. He'll soak up a bit more time as well. 3:05 to play. Fredriksson scores his 23rd. So New Zealand now cutting the lead back to 4 and now 3. It's Konofit-Anisi goes round and he'll score. He is having a try-scoring bonanza. 34 tries now for him. Another timeout has been called, and this time it's Greg Mitchell, the New Zealand coach, who will use up his last timeout inside the last 3 minutes. So no player timeouts left, no coach timeouts left either. It's now or never for New Zealand as they try and find a way back. If they can get a turnover here, cut the lead to 2. You just never know what might happen over these last 2 or 3 minutes. All the players in this New Zealand team know that. So Rolton, Everson, Barton Coots and Konofit-Anisi is the lineup at the moment. Fredriksson has his hands on the ball. New Zealand desperately trying to stop him from going over the halfway line, and he's got there with a second or two to spare. And now he puts the brakes on because he wants to soak up time, deny New Zealand possession, and make it difficult, more difficult. make the clock even more of an enemy of the New Zealand team than it currently is. So New Zealand need quick tries and then turnovers, and Konofera-Nisi will scoot away and score this one. And now we'll put the clappers on just to score and soak up. Well, stop the clock, rather. So New Zealand have scored a lot more tries in this game than their other 3 games, where they couldn't get past 40 in either of their 3 previous encounters. So much better effort from them in this game. Won't be enough, though, as Fredrickson is going to be too fast, I think, for the New Zealand defence, and he is. Excellent score for Sebastian Fredrickson. It's his 25th. Barton Coots. As we near the last 2 minutes of this game, the last 2 minutes of both of these sides' campaign, as Barton Coots tries to protect the ball. He can't call a player timeout. He's going to need some support. Oh, lovely. Everson, good hands from him. Good try by the New Zealand captain, just a second of the game. He needed some skill there to Corey Everson to gobble that one up. A good score for New Zealand. But they can't get the ball off this man, Fredrickson. Denmark closing in here on victory, which will be their second of these games. 90 seconds to play. It's Barton Coots. Gives it to Konofera-Nisi. And a terrific game for New Zealand. 35 tries, 1 steal as well for Barney Konofera-Nisi. 36 tries now. New Zealand still trying hard here. Jurgensen has the ball. Konofera-Nisi putting pressure on him. So too Everson. Good hands from Fredrickson, though. That was really the last throw of the dice for New Zealand. Someone's blowing a tyre. It's not Jurgensen who's going to go over and score. And that really has made the game safe for Denmark, that play right there. Who have worked really hard through this game. Found New Zealand a bit tougher maybe than the other sides, and they might have expected, rather. So Barney Konofera-Nisi, one more attack. Maybe New Zealand will get one more after this play. We'll see. Konofera-Nisi. In he goes again. 37 tries. There's only 2 plays left in the game. So Denmark are going to close out this game. And Fredrickson has been a large reason they have done that. And there's a terrific ball down to Leon Jurgensen, co-captain, who scores Denmark's 56th try. Really good performance from Jurgensen and the rest of the Danish side here. We've put the disappointment of not getting higher up in the classifications to bed with a good win here. Konofera-Nisi. 12 seconds left. They're trying to push him over the halfway line. Didn't quite get there. And he still has the ball. Brilliant play from him. Barton Coots is going to have the last say for New Zealand. Last play of the game, but Denmark will just seal the ball off and win this contest, which has been very entertaining. Played in an excellent spirit and mindset by both sides, but it is Denmark who have won the 7th/8th classification match here in the mixed wheelchair rugby competition at Tokyo 2020. Denmark winning by 56-53. Well, Denmark started off this tournament in blistering fashion with an upset win over the two-time defending Olympic champions Australia, 54-53. Couldn't go on with it. And New Zealand, well, great to have them back here at the Paralympic Games. First appearance for them in 13 years. Unfortunately, though, they will go home 0-4 and finish in 8th place. But it's good to see the team wearing black back here at the Paralympic Games. So 5 stats for you. Denmark with a 3-try win, turning them just twice over in the game, picking up 3 steals as well. Denmark will finish with 2 wins from 4 and New Zealand 0 from 4. So Denmark finishing in 7th place. Final score again here, 56-53. Conor Ferranese, what a game he had. 37 tries. Fredriksson with 26 tries, the leading try scorer for Denmark in this game. Denmark get the win over New Zealand here at Tokyo 2020.
Let's go! Circle up. Tutto fuoco maua, piattina! Yeah, thank you, Tom. You need a help? Love you.
Thank you, support. Fantastic, thank you.
ファンの鉢巻きをこれね、お土産に買ったみたいなんですけど、最後にで、もう一つは、ここにね、見えますかね、これは、これを帽子変えさせようとするんですよね。なんかね、サイモンさんが、日本が勝ったら俺がこの鉢巻きをするから、ね、もし、英国だったら、英国代表の学校に勝ってっていうような、そんなリクエストが聞こえますけど、サイモン、what's the highlight of these matches?
This is just going to be an epic battle between two really strong teams. Japan, the world champions in their own country, having won their pool, looking imperious, dispatching Australia yesterday. Kevin Orr, a master strategist, he is going to pull all the strings for Japan. GB going to have to pick themselves up from that defeat against the USA yesterday, but they have the ability to do it. They've got the resources, they've got a fantastic trio of high pointers, Roberts, Phipps and Robinson. And then in defence, Jonathan Coggan, arguably the best 25 player in the world. It's going to be an absolutely cracking match.
いやー、ということで、もう日本は強いけれども、ね、このフレッドブリに英国も昨日アメリカに敗れてしまいましたけど、いい戦いを見せたというところで、もういずれにしろ目が離せない一戦になること間違いなしです。お互いいい試合しましょうね。いい試合しましょうということで、皆さんご注目ください。
さあ、会場のナレーターもかなり熱が入っているようですね。さあ、ここで昨日の日本対オーストラリアのハイライトを見ていきましょう。Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch a highlight from yesterday, Japan versus Australia.
Defending Paralympic champions Australia and reigning world champions Japan in the final game of Group A in the wheelchair rugby competition. Japan were ensured qualification for the semi-finals before the start of this match, but Australia needed a win to guarantee their progression. Australia had won on both previous occasions these two met at the Paralympic Games on their way to gold in London and Rio. But it was Japan who had the first scoring break in this one. They forced the turnover. Ikazaki Daisuke showed great speed and control to take his team into a 2-point lead. It was an advantage that Japan maintained into the third period, where despite a tremendous display of athleticism from Australia's top scorer Riley Gass, his team couldn't close the gap on their opponents. As the clock ticked down in the third, Japan's 46-year-old veteran Shinakawa Shinichi scored his sixth try in the final 4 minutes of the period to reinforce his side's advantage and 1/4 of the game. Many hoped Australia were making a comeback in the final period were extinguished when the combination of Ike Yukinobu and Ikazaki Daisuke dispossessed Riley back with little over 6 minutes remaining. That left Ike with the easy score to take early down to 4. The dominant performance from Japan has laid the rest with Australia Joshua Wigan and Joseph Delagrave from the United States to the Lawrence from Oakley. Goes to the United States to number 50, 14.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the flags of our nations, Japan and Great Britain.
Hello and welcome to day 4 of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. We're in the Yoyogi National Stadium, right in the heart of Japan's capital city, and it's semi-final time. We start off today with the hotly tipped host Japan taking on Britain, who dare to be great in the sport of wheelchair rugby. United States to face Australia in the other half of the bracket, where the gold medal match awaits.
Please welcome your referees, Chris Shaw from Canada and Josh Kearns from the United States of America.
So a North American flavour to the officiating today. Chris Shaw and Josh Kearns from Canada and the USA will be keeping all in order during the shunts and grunts of mixed wheelchair rugby.
Led by their captain, number 21.
As Japan are warmly received by the Yoyogi National Stadium, led out by their totemic captain, Ike. Totemic not just in the elevation of his chair, but in the manner in which he leads this Japanese team, coming in to this Paralympics as world champions, as one of the form teams and one of the nations hotly tipped for the gold medal. There in the 7 jersey, well, he's their scoring machine. Ikazaki, 24 tries against Australia, averaging over 20 a game, and a myriad of talents available at Japan's disposal. And the man charged with deploying them is Kevin Orr. He knew bronze as an athlete at Seoul in '88. He's been brought in to take the current bronze medalist Japan to the next level. He did so at the World Championships, dispatching Australia in Sydney.
Head coach.
And in this semi-final, he is one step away from the much yearned, the much desired gold medal match.
Now it's time to meet Great Britain. Led out by their captain, number 22.
Standing in their way is a Great Britain side on the rise, featuring in their first Paralympic semi-final since 2008. 4th in Athens, 4th in Beijing. They haven't returned to these high echelons of the Paralympic wheelchair tree for a long, long time. They're led out by their co-captain Chris Ryan, Gavin Walker in hot pursuit. And again, an arsenal of try-scoring talents. None more so than the Brecon boy. Jim Roberts wearing number 9. He is Great Britain's 32-minute man. Full minutes in the last game against USA, full minutes against Canada. And Great Britain will need him to fire if they are to stand a chance of defeating this exceptionally talented Japanese side. Paul Shaw is a man in his 26th year since making his GB debut as a player in '94. He knows all about the agony of 4th place. He knows a win today guarantees Great Britain a medal of 2 of the most esteemed colours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of Japan.
日本国歌の演奏です。
the anthem of Great Britain.
続いて英国国歌の演奏です。
Ladies and gentlemen, your teams, Japan and Great Britain.
Two impeccably observed national anthems for two nations who are right at the top of mixed wheelchair international rugby. The hotly tipped host Japan taking on a Britain daring to be great. Japan, the bronze medalist, will start with a high-low strategy of Wakayama, Ikazaki, Imai and their totemic captain Yukinobu Ike. The classifications down the right-hand side denoting the functional ability of all the players. The higher the number, the higher the functional ability. Each team can only have 4 members on the court at one time, and that classification total cannot exceed 8. Well, Kevin Orr was brought in specifically to guide Japan beyond the bronze medal that they achieved in Rio. And Paul Shaw, right there, who's delivering final words of instruction, encouragement to a Great Britain on the rise, will be seeking to take Britain to the gold medal match for the first time in their history. They've dominated Europe, but they're yet to taste a medal of any colour in the Paralympics. 4th twice in Athens and Beijing. Jim Roberts right there will be charged with leading the British Blitz on this exceptionally talented Japan side. Japan are undefeated thus far in the Paralympics, having dispatched France, Denmark and the reigning gold medalist Australia. And it looks like Great Britain will be starting with Jim Roberts, Johnny Coggan, Stu Robinson and Ryan Cowling. Ryan Cowling, 18 minutes against the USA in their final group decider. So good form under his belt. Johnny Coggan, another 32-minute man to go alongside Jim Roberts, who's the top try scorer. Those guys may not miss a second. As Ike gets the scoring underway for the Japanese, who take possession from the tip-off. Well, Roberts and Robinson looking to combine early, as they did so to devastating effect against Canada in the opening group match. But Robinson upended from a big hit from one of Japan's main men, Ikazaki. And the mechanics are called on early to tip the rookie, the Paralympic debutant, back up onto his wheels.
And player timeout was called there by Britain. So they will keep possession of the ball. So that challenge on Robinson ended up being deemed legal by the referees and forced Great Britain into an early timeout.
So plenty of jostling and jousting on the court very early. Ryan Cowling of the West Coast Crash in possession for the inbounds. And making it difficult for Great Britain to free up their high category players. Robinson manages to evade the clutches of Ike. Ike, distinctive by the pronounced elevation in his chair. And making life difficult for Robinson, who loses possession, but illegally so. Illegal contact with the arm just by a margin. And that's a bit of an escape for England, for Great Britain.
Yeah, just there on the wrist. So not much contact there.
Wow, beautiful inbound from Ryan Cowling, finding Robinson, and that'll settle the nerves, with Japan applying pressure very, very early on the Great Britain attack.
Well, one thing we noticed in Japan's last game is they defended very well against the United States early on in the game. Rather, that was against Australia, so they are very, very active on defence.
Well, speaking of active, this man, Ikazaki, has been in the tries, but this time he's creating for his teammates. He brings Imai into the scoring nice and early, a lower category player. You can tell usually by the chair that they're using. They have a small but very, very sturdy metal fixing at the front known as a pick that's used to jam up the wheels of the opposition offensive players. No chair engineering involved there as Britain missed their inbound and they cede possession to Japan, and they have an early turnover. Kazaki searching, finding Ike, pincered by Robinson. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Ike finding the going tough everywhere he's turning, white jerseys. But Japan artfully unlocked the defence of Great Britain. Strong start from the host nation.
Well, both teams are very patient on attack, and that was a lovely example of how to be patient on attack, despite the defence being of a very good standard.
Robinson surveys the court ahead. Roberts running some good interference, but not enough to stop Ike. Throw in the attentions of Wakayama, and Britain having to really arm wrestle for their tries at the moment.
Yeah, no, that will continue to happen. Japan, a very good all-round team.
Well, Japan, as I mentioned, they started sluggishly against the French in their opening group game. They grew against Denmark, and then it was a resounding 57-53 victory over the reigning gold medalists, Australia, in their final group game yesterday, as Imai gets in on the try scoring again. And Roberts all jammed up in the key. Britain finding the going tough when it comes to escaping their half of the court. Remember, only 12 seconds permitted to transition from the backcourt across the halfway line. And as we see by the shot clocks, Britain running out of time and Robinson forced into a timeout so that turnover possession wasn't given.
Well, they've blown 2 player timeouts in the first 2 minutes of the game. So it's good work by the Japanese.
So Japan with the early pressure and with the early break in the rhythm of scoring, so to speak. To use a tennisism, GB peg it back to a 1-point deficit.
Well, Great Britain shouldn't be too discouraged yet. 3 of the 4 tries that Japan have scored have been from their 1.0 classification player, Imai.
And that's the turnover that Britain needed. Excellent work from Johnny Coggan.
And just to conclude that point, and that's a good sign for Great Britain, because their higher functional players, the players that have the threes next to them, are not able to get over the try line at the moment.
Wow, exceptional ball mastery from Ike, but the same can't be said for his running partner Ikazaki. Faultless in the preliminary stages, but maybe some semi-final nerves coming into the vastly experienced head of Ikazaki.
That's ruled a held ball, that one, which means Japan will get possession. In fact, Britain are going to keep possession, so very interesting, isn't it? The competition for the ball at the moment is really intense.
Well, Japan may have taken note of Great Britain's explosive start against the USA, leading 13 points to 8 yesterday. And look to make things very, very difficult for them early as Great Britain take the lead, 5-4 now. But no one's at home in the backcourt, and Ikazaki is just going to coast across for his opening try of this semi-final. Robinson, they're going easy over the halfway line. Little kiss of the spokes from Jim Roberts on Ikazaki. Opens up an avenue for Robinson, and he's scoring freely for Great Britain. That's number 5. Well, Britain enjoying a period of pressure now. And Ike forced into the timeout with the shot clock evaporating and the halfway line not being close enough to get across.
Wow, that was good play again, wasn't it? There's some tough defence being played by both teams right now. And it is willing. There is no doubt about that as we see some substitutions coming in.
Well, Japan ring the changes and they bring on the vastly experienced Shimekawa, 46 years old, with all the ring craft of a man in his 5th Paralympic Games. Norimatsu has come on also to bolster the low classification options. Sagawa in his first Paralympics, doing some sterling work on Robinson on the left flank of the key. But Shimekawa gets his try-scoring tally open and ticking early.
Yeah, what a wonderful player he is. All these players desperate to win gold for their country.
Well, Johnny Coggan, home alone in the Japanese half of the court and helping himself to his first try of the match. Excellent variety to the GB attack there. Japanese feeling that they could leave Coggan unattended. Coggan more than up to the match of scoring, assisted this time by Robinson. Wow, how about that?
Well, that was interesting. Sneaking away, completely unmarked, was Hasegawa up court, but Shimekawa, he thought about going long to him. Looked more than once up court. See Hasegawa just going out a shot there, but in the end a timeout was called.
Well, do you know what? It was the arrival of Cowling that got him all jammed up, and then the big arm of Roberts as Kurahashi comes on for Japan alongside Haga. Japan's permitted classification total increasing to 8.5 now that Kurahashi is on court. Did some sterling work, jamming up opponent attacking players in the preliminary rounds. 8 seconds on the clock, and Ike eking himself across the line with hardly a millimetre to spare.
Well, only 2 wheels have to cross the line, and he had to mount every bit of strength to get the second one across.
Oh, an inch of a revolution from not making it across, but he does so. And we got a wipe out, and it's big Stu Robinson who's been prominent in these early exchanges.
Yeah. Just another measure of the defence going in here.
Shimekawa, the old bull of Japan, locking horns with one of GB's hard men, but he earns himself a visit to the penalty box. You can see him there on the left of the officials' table. He'll be there for either 60 seconds or until GB score, but they won't be scoring soon with that turnover and steal from Ike, the Japanese captain, trying to help his teammate after a wonderful play to disrupt GB close to their scoring key on the inbound. Johnny Coggan now banished to the penalty box, and it's 3-on-3.
Yeah, for striking. That is a critical turnover because Japan actually earned a turnover with only 3 on the court, which is pretty rare in the sport. A couple of subs being made by Coach Orr for Japan.
Well,
this is Ogawa who's into the game.
Well, Haga has been credited with the steal, but I have to look at the work of Ike. Look at that, just pops the periscope up, has a look around, and he's got a C-mate with him. Number 23, Ogawa, first try of the match. But
in the quirk of the rules, Japan score, and it's Great Britain back to 4, and they have a numerical advantage now.
So it's all going to come out in the wash, and GB are going to level things up to 8. Shimakawa comes back on. Stu Robinson, slightly muted against the USA, though big on the steal front thus far during the Paralympics. 3 of GB's 5 steals in their final group game against the USA.
Oh, lovely play. No wonder the crowd are cheering there and clapping. That was beautiful play. They only just got it over the halfway line within the required 12 seconds, but that pass was just perfect.
That is called perfect timing. Speaking of Robinson, who's playing this role of quarterback, running back for GB today, it's interesting the strategy they're going for, because Jim Roberts has been earmarked as the arch try scorer for Great Britain. He scored 27 in the first game against Canada in 32 minutes. Not one to his name. All the attacking play going through Robinson at the moment.
Yeah, Roberts is very regularly has his hands on the ball, but not in this game so far. But despite that, Great Britain is still right in there, and if he does start to get his hands on the ball, then that will be even strengthening Great Britain's game.
And also strategy-wise, Kevin Orr offering a lot of substitute chaos for GB to deal with, while GB settled with the 4 men they have on court. Time clock pressure on Robinson, who wheels back upon himself. But Ike, a little too exuberant in his attempts to dislodge the ball. We'll see himself take some time in the penalty box.
Just couldn't resist. Once Robinson took his hands off the ball, oh, I'm in there. But Robinson got his arms back just in time.
Well, it's uncharacteristic stuff from the Japanese, who've been squeaky clean all Paralympics. That's their 3rd of the match so far. They've had 10 in total across their opening 3 matches. So we're seeing a change in aggression to the manner in which they're defending, but maybe that is being invited by the control that GB are exerting on possession and attack.
Now, Roberts still not scoring the try here, soaking up more time. These 3 are having their own game on the halfway line right now.
Well, what they're doing there is they're trying to stop Ike from coming into centre court, so they jam him up there, but the only way that he can get out of that is to nominate himself for the inbound, which he's just taken. He careers into Roberts, and as you can see, he hasn't enjoyed his time in the penalty box, and he's looking for a revenge with a try that will give Japan the lead. Shimakawa trying to work his way into the key. Coggan doing a fabulous job of being a nuisance on Ike. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Japan try and transfer in the key, and then literally barge their man Haga across the line.
Well,
it was all jammed up by 2 GB players, and then one final shunt from Shimakawa just got him there.
Well, Haga is a mid-pointer, 2.0, but again, he needed all of his strength to get his chair across the line there. Oh, what about that from Robinson?
Great wheel work from Stu Robinson. Is he going to give it to Roberts? No, he's not. Roberts is going to have to wait again for his second try. He's been a bit too exuberant in trying to shepherd Robinson across.
Well, interesting there, Robinson was half a metre from scoring a try and the whistle blew. So the try was there, but now they have to start it from the sideline. So they've missed the opportunity to score the try there while the player was down.
The shot clock does get reset, so plenty of time, and we're in that passage of the quarter where clock management is key. How good was that from Ryan Cowling?
Yeah, second time we've seen him punch it in like that to great effect.
So Shimakawa this time controlling possession for the Japanese. He's across the halfway threshold. He's weaving, he's slaloming. Roberts sticking to him like glue before going into the key to give him a reception on entry. Shimakawa still struggling to find passage through. And during all that, Kurohashi is forced from the court by a GB defender, and that sees possession back to Great Britain. That's a turnover, and it's in the hands of Stu Robinson, who's been scoring for free. He has the clock on his side. They'll want to score and leave as little time for Japan to reply. They're making it difficult, but not difficult enough. They'll have 5.6 seconds to respond.
Well, what are they going to do here, Japan? They're going to go for it. Probably got nothing to lose here.
Into the hands of Ike.
Well, there's still 1.6 seconds left.
Who throws rather optimistically. GB just have to negotiate this inbound safely. And they will see out this first quarter of the mixed wheelchair rugby semi-final. Japan versus Great Britain, and it's Great Britain who lead 11 points to 10. Fascinating first quarter of action here at the Yoyogi. Couple of steals. A steal apiece for the nation. Stu Robinson prominent in the try scoring for Great Britain, while Japan sharing it around their players a lot more. Imai, Shimakawa, Ike, all in on the scoring act. But it was that turnover right at the end. Kurohashi being forced from the field, giving Great Britain an opportunity to take a 1-point lead into the first quarter break. Two nations vying. In the 7 jersey, struggling to get his imprint on the game. But Ike, the Japanese captain, he will have a say in where this victory goes. We're underway for the second quarter of the mixed wheelchair rugby semi-finals at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. Japan in red in possession, taking on Great Britain in the white jerseys, who led by a point at the conclusion of the first quarter, but it's all even Stevens, with the Japanese captain Ike getting his way across the line nice and early.
Well, in fact, that try was not given. It's still 11-10. So an infringement by Japan has opened the door here for Great Britain.
Well, nightmare start for the hosts. There's a scrabble for the ball. It's in the hands of the new man Phipps, who's been brought on in place of Robinson by the looks of things.
Well, an all-action start here now. Cowling's been sent to the sideline to inbound it, with Ike getting another minute in the penalty box. So things going well for Great Britain at the moment.
Well, hugely uncharacteristic discipline problems for the Japanese. It's their fourth penalty of the match, having only conceded 10 and 13 fouls in the entirety of the competition to this point. And Britain take a 2-point cushion, which, if you're new to the sport of wheelchair rugby, is almost like a break of serve in tennis. Huge pressure on Ikazaki as he receives in the mid-court of the Japanese half. Ike grabs the ball by the scruff of the neck, puts the afterburners on and goes wide down the right flank to drag Japan back. Japan definitely the team under pressure at the moment, and GB, well, small fumble from Aaron Phipps. High octane Aaron Phipps. He's high risk, he's high reward, but without doubt, for many people's money, the fastest man on the wheelchair rugby courts out here in Tokyo, and he's across and scoring.
Yeah, and down goes another Japanese player. So this 2-point lead, it was 12-10 just a moment ago. It was the first time a team had led by 2 in this game, but there's going to be a lot more fire and brimstone in this game to come. There's so much at stake.
It'll be Imai with the inbound. Phipps with the shot on. Ike, who rides it expertly. Very, very confident on the ball despite the shot clock pressure. Remember, you can't go back across the halfway line once you've crossed it in wheelchair rugby. Just GB doing everything to make scoring as difficult as possible for the Japanese. But Ikazaki eventually pirouettes his way out, away from the attentions of Coggan.
Well, they're a very good defensive team, Great Britain, and they can burst down court through Roberts very effectively as well.
So Roberts with an opportunity to stretch his wheels. Really, for the first time in this game, he's usually very free scoring, ball in hands offensively, a vast amount, but he's being deployed in a different fashion today, and it's working to good effect. With Japan trailing by 2, they'll be trailing by 1 after another try from Ikazaki.
Oh, brilliant score there. Great hands from Ikazaki to pull that one, and as Phipps has done exactly the same right there.
Well, Phipps wide down the left flank, wheels back upon himself. Good blocking job done by Roberts before Phipps spots an opportunity around tight on the left flank. Ikazaki won't be able to make it across, and the distinctively white head-banded Phipps steals in for his second.
All going well for Britain at the moment, although here comes Ikazaki again.
Well, Roberts being a real pain for Ikazaki, but a pin-perfect ball to his captain, Ike, who slams the anchors down, watches Roberts glide right past him, and that was a touch of class from the captain.
Wow, what a brilliant pass to him. But again, that's something the British fans and camp should be very happy with. The defence they're putting in at the moment is really first class. All of Japan's tries are being hard-earned at the moment, whereas Great Britain's tries feel like they're coming easier.
Well, this is very much the nub of the game of wheelchair rugby. You're expected, or you expect upon yourself, to score with every possession, and really where the game is won and lost is those turnovers, those steals, that pressure that applies pressure to the clock and in turn upon you and your skills. Ike, the linchpin, as ever, in the backcourt, looking to solve the British defensive puzzle, and he does so by going aerial over the top to Ikazaki.
A wonderful score for his third try. Even though these tries are coming a bit harder for Japan than maybe Great Britain, so they all count the same though.
They all count the same. Even a slippery, slimy try that might not look good on the highlight reel counts just as much as a length of the court glide like that one from Aaron Phipps.
Yeah, there are no 2-point tries in this game. Phipps has made a strong start though since he's come on.
We just see the importance and the prevalence of Ike in all the good stuff that Japan do. He stretches his teammate Ikazaki, who then delivers under pressure a perfect pass for Wakayama, who gets himself in on the try-scoring exploits. All good pressure from Japan. Problematic for Roberts. Does well to find Phipps. Still in possession.
Timeout's been called. Good defence coming from Japan. I mean, their tries, their last 4 or 5 tries, Japan's tries, have been executed absolutely perfectly, but they have needed to have been executed perfectly because Britain's defence has been spot on. Now, it looks like Cowling is in the penalty box. No, he's just throwing it in after that timeout, of course.
So, ball in possession of Aaron Phipps in his jet-propelled chair. Finds plenty of room down the left-hand side of the court and having a very, very positive introduction so far, Aaron Phipps. 6 steals in his 2 matches so far. Didn't see any minutes against Canada, but being used, an increasing amount as we see a back flex from Shimakawa. The old ball brought on to replace Ikazaki. You know, Ike, who's on the ball, Shimakawa and Ikazaki, between them a combined age of 130 years. But flying around the court like they're teenagers. Shimakawa, though, can't fend off the attentions of Phipps before smartly transferring to Ike, who's literally sat atop of the line. Good play from the Japanese.
Brilliant. Very good try.
Pure serenity from Aaron Phipps. You talk about his pyrotechnics. But that one was like gliding across through a puddle without making a splash. Risky ball that Ike does very well to gather and stay in bounds. He'll go back to the man who asked so many questions of his skills there. And Shimakawa and Ike are just demonstrating a level of telepathy that maybe Ike and Ikazaki have failed to do so thus far.
Outstanding skill from Ike right there. But there is no hint of a turnover coming out of that Great Britain team at the moment.
Well, Aaron Phipps is finding the going probably far too easy if you're of a Japanese persuasion. That's try number 7, and he's only been on the court for 4 minutes and 54 seconds. It's going to be a held possession here, surely.
Oh, well, there's a striking foul.
Well, that's the problem, is that when opportunity knocks, you get so excited and you want to make that turnover because you know how crucial it is. Sometimes you find yourself going over the top and being sentenced to 60 seconds in the penalty box. Though, in truth, very, very rarely is it ever a full 60 seconds. EK is going to make sure of that. You see all the GB players backing off. They don't want to give away a penalty try, because if they give a penalty try away, then Kogan doesn't get released from the box. If the Japanese score, normally, then Kogan's back out.
Well, this next 2 minutes is critical here. Can Britain retain their composure, continue to lead?
Well, we see Robert's speed and elusiveness and a bit of his grit as he has to wriggle through the key to open up GB to a 2-point cushion again. For all of GB's perceived comfort and dominance in this quarter, they're still only 2 points ahead. It's only a steal, it's only an error away from Japan drawing parity. Oh, what a ball right from the pocket from Shimekawa. And his line back, Ike, just arriving at precisely the right time. Aaron Phipps scores another try. And guess who's down for Japan yet again? It's the big man, Ike. Just struggling to keep his head above his axis at the moment. A seasoned pro, spent plenty of time down on the planks before. They'll just shake it off. Kevin Orr there, highly experienced wheelchair rugby coach, brought in after the Rio Games, where Japan took a bronze by defeating Canada, but charged with masterminding higher heights at Paralympic level. Shimekawa scooting expertly through the alleyway created by his teammates. Japan back to within one. Well, Phipps shapes to drop the hammer, but in reality, he didn't need to do so. He had so much court with which to accelerate into, and if there was any danger of Shimekawa coming across and derailing him, Kogan also gave him a helping shunt. Norimatsu on the court now, finding his captain. Norimatsu doing a supreme job of jamming up the GB defenders. Wow, very unusual score that, wasn't it? Just a very, very precise game of chess played by all 8 players on the court there. And then the Queen at the back, able to move wherever he wanted, was Shimekawa. But yet again, Great Britain finding it all too easy to score. And this is the difference. The arm wrestle for Japan to get across the line, the freedom for GB to score in a matter of seconds and in any manner they wish.
Well, Japan are in a bit of trouble here. Got to get the ball across the line in a couple more seconds. They have to call a timeout. So both teams have scored 3 or wasted 3 of their player timeouts. Well, waste is probably actually a harsh word. Used 3 of their timeouts to be accurate in the first half. So this is all part of the tactical game.
employed an expert level of tactical nous and awareness of where the shot clock is, I think is the expression you're looking for.
Well, exactly, and of course they get a helping hand from the bench, who count them down.
New faces arriving for Japan with regularity throughout this first half. It's all very much the same for GB. And maybe it's that continuity that's the difference at the moment. Kurahashi getting in the way of Phipps at the moment.
Well, they want to use up as much time as possible. There's 8 seconds left to score, but they need to score, Japan.
And I'm not sure if they will do. Oh, my goodness.
With half a second left. So now Britain have 9 seconds to score. So if Japan can get a stop here.
Well, Phipps is going long. They'll need the Hail Mary to their fast man. He's being marshalled well by Shimakawa. Final few seconds. Can GB do it? Oh, yes, they can. Look at that. The clock literally on 0.
Well, that was a big score because Great Britain will get the ball first in the second half.
You simply do not get tighter than that. GB, the Time Lords, with the final try of the quarter, go into the half-time break, leading Japan 25 points to 23 here at the Yoyogi National Stadium. Wow. These two nations have promised a lot, we promised a lot, and they're certainly delivering in spades here. Ike, the captain, he's been at the heart of all the good stuff that Japan have done, but he's also been a little bit naughty as well. A few penalties, a bit of discipline creeping in to the Japanese game. But surely that is illustrative of the pressure that Great Britain are applying. Kevin Orr, he's been there, he's seen it, he's done it with Canada, with USA. He's been a medalist himself at the Seoul 88 Games and in his 5th Paralympics. Number 13, Shimakawa, the 46-year-old, will have a lot of wisdom and settling experience to offer. So the area half-time stats are not a huge amount to pick between the sides. A steal apiece, turnovers though, that's maybe where the difference lies. We see a 2-point deficit on the scoreline and a 2-point deficit on the turnovers. Fouls defensively have been pretty even Stevens, but in the offensive region, Japan 3-0 to Great Britain. Squeaky clean act. Huge 16 minutes incoming to determine who is going to the gold medal match.
Attack. Defense. Transition. Do all the things we do.
Semi-final time at the Yoyogi National Stadium, and it is Japan led by their captain, Ike, in the 21 jersey against Great Britain. And the Dynamo Jim Roberts leading the offensive charge to put them in control, 23 points to 25, with 2 Paralympic defining quarters ahead of them. Ikazaki, he struggled to impress himself upon the mat so far. The man he's jostling with, Phipps, has had a stellar introduction. 10 tries, huge energy, and a huge 16 minutes awaiting both Japan and Great Britain to determine who will progress to the gold medal match in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. We're back underway at the Yoyogi National Stadium for a Paralympic defining match between the host nation Japan and Great Britain in the wheelchair rugby. 25-23, the British lead after a fearsome first 2 quarters. Turnovers the difference. Japan conceding 3 in that first half, and Britain ruthless in their execution, just as Jim Roberts is there, taking the first try of the second half.
Yeah, first time we've seen a team lead by 3 now in the game. So that try right on the buzzer of half-time being absolutely critical for Great Britain to help them to a 3-point lead.
Well, the last time these two met, because competition has been infrequent, as Ikazaki notches up a try for the second half. Due to the circumstances of the world that we've been residing in, these two played each other in the final of the Quad Nations in 2019. Japan coming out on top, 53-51, with GB leading 26-25 at half-time. So Great Britain will know the comeback threats that the Japanese hold within them. And maybe Japan will be looking to draw from that positive experience in overcoming what is now a 3-point deficit after that try from Great Britain.
Well, they'll need something special with the gold medal match, the reward to the winner.
Ikazaki brought back into court, but all jammed up in centre court. Ikazaki gesturing that there was an illegal contact with the arm. Let's take a look here. Phipps getting his big telescopic limb in there just to make a nuisance of himself. And the pressure from Great Britain that they exerted in the first half, unrelenting thus far in the first 60 seconds of the third quarter.
So what was called there was a held ball, so it's going to be Japan to inbound it. But the next held ball or the next stoppage after or change of quarters will be Great Britain again.
Ikazaki searching down the alleyways. No access for him, but like a thief in the Tokyo night, Ike steals in behind the Great Britain defence and in for a pressure relieving score as possession is back in the hands of Great Britain, in the Brecon boys' hands, Jim Roberts. And Japan just invites this British attack onto them. Roberts attempts to muscle his way through, but after being rejected at the line, he finds another muscular compatriot in Aaron Phipps, the number 13, bringing up his 11th.
And someone's got a flatty. So an equipment timeout here.
Hey, considering the physicality of this encounter, we haven't seen the mechanics feature too much. Resilience in the chairs today. We have seen a number of major wipeouts across this wheelchair rugby program over the last few days. It has been a carnival of collisions at the Yoyogi. And they're going to continue to rain on in this semi-final. Japan having to fight for every inch of the court. Ike finding one of his own players in Imai in desperation. But every time Japan get their hands on the ball, there's one, there's two, there's sometimes three white British jerseys. And Britain have the turnover, they have the possession, and they have the initiative here to take this match away from the Japanese.
Roberts, very instrumental player. Now the referee's not sure who's touched that last. Oh, I can't decide.
Well, it's going to go to the Japanese. I'm sure from our view, it was a tricky one to call, so they'll bring on some reinforcements as well. Shimikawa's coming back on, Kurahashi. The man who's about to take the inbound is the co-captain, Haga. Second Paralympic Games for him. And the familiar sight of Ike popping that masterful right arm of his up before finding Shimikawa and Shimikawa scoring. Can't emphasize enough how good that control is from Ike. Using a regulation volleyball in the sport of wheelchair rugby, albeit overinflated to aid with the flight of the ball. It doesn't matter if you've got the ball, if you've got two players shunting you back across your own inbound line, you're going to be forced into a timeout, otherwise you'll lose possession.
So no more player timeouts for Great Britain.
Ryan Cowling, beautiful inbound, double teamed on Phipps. He rides the challenge, he finds Roberts, puts the afterburners on and glide across to restore Great Britain's 3-try advantage. Huge shot from Roberts, he's dislodged the ball from Shimikawa and he'll score it as well. That's massive.
Well, the pass to just awkward. Wasn't quite there for him. And the timing of the hit was perfect from Roberts.
Well, the smash put Shimikawa on the turntable. He lost control of the chair, lost control of the ball, and Japan have lost control of this match right now. Shimikawa making amends. The face of a man who knows there's much work to do. As Roberts, who is growing exponentially into this match, makes a beeline through the middle of the court. Not a shred of Japanese defensive DNA upon him. And Ike being asked to do a huge amount to drag his team into the gold medal match. Good work by Cowling. Phipps is in there with a big arm again. Ike's trying to smuggle it back. But illegal contact with the arm. Sees Phipps take some time in an area of the court that he's rather familiar with. 4 in the Paralympics now. Try time for Shimikawa. Questions being asked of both benches. Stu Robinson readying himself to come into the game. He'll come on for either Phipps or Roberts. You'd venture that it'd be Roberts. He doesn't miss a minute, but boy, has Aaron Phipps been good for Great Britain.
Yeah, although Roberts has got huge momentum to his game since half-time. Phipps hasn't quite had the impact in that first 4 minutes of the second half as he had in the last quarter of the second quarter of the game.
Well, Japan doing their level best to tie Roberts up, but when this guy's in the mood, in the manner in which he is, I would say he cannot be stopped.
It's a flagrant foul, that.
That is big.
I think that was fairly obvious too on the replay. Dangerous play there from Ike.
So Ike right there has made contact with Jim Roberts' chair in a dangerous fashion in the act of scoring. So as you said, it's a flagrant foul, which means that Ike will spend 2 plays in the penalty box and a penalty try has been awarded. So either 2 60-second bouts or 2 tries from Great Britain. This could be the match. Britain leading by 4 in the hands of Robinson.
Well, more problems for Japan here now. Ikazaki is under the spotlight. So Japan lose the ball from the throw-in.
They give up the penalty try. So that's not going to count as part of Ike's release. So he's still got a 2-try release sentence to serve. Panic stations for Japan as they'll look to try and ride the clock out and or score as well in the process. Ikazaki swooping round on the left flank, dispossessed by Roberts. It's all going the way of Team GB. And Roberts to Robinson, how many times have we said that in Tokyo? Great Britain, their lead becomes more and more handsome as the seconds tick by. And all the captain Ike can do in the bottom left of the shot is to watch on from the penalty box. Japan give up the inbound straight away into the hands of Robinson. What a dramatic period for Great Britain, leading by 7.
Well, that was a very heavy price for that penalty from Ike earlier. 3 tries scored by Great Britain during that period of him being in the box.
Will Japan have it all to do? And Britain have the largest cushion that they've enjoyed during this Paralympic Games. Ike throwing himself around with no regard for his chair or for himself, trying to energize this Japanese side back into this semi-final. They can feel their medal prospects of gold and silver slipping away as Ikazaki glides across the line. The clock also not the Japanese's friend.
Well, there's still plenty of time to go, but at the moment, Great Britain's ball handling has been absolutely perfect. They're still to give up a turnover in the game. They've been excellent with the ball, and their passing's been spot on, as evidenced right there.
Well, it's all coming so easy for Great Britain. Jim Roberts, what a presence he's becoming in this second half, dominating the third quarter. Ike goes over the top with the sky hook pass.
Lovely turn, wasn't it? Oh, great play.
Beautiful pirouette out of the confrontation brought by Stu Robinson. Great presence from Haka, moving into the space, making himself available. Nakamachi is getting ready to come on from the sideline. Robinson wheeling away as we approach the magic 2 minutes. Great Britain leading by 7.
Well, all the stats pointing to Great Britain. They've only turned the ball over once. They've picked up 5 steals now in the game. Japan have only picked up 1.
Whoa, Coggan goes over.
Oh, and that's a half-court violation. So that's going to go against Japan.
Extraordinary defensive performance from Great Britain. Here's the shot. It's Robinson first with the tickle, then Coggan with the front-on smash. And forcing Nakamachi back across the halfway line threshold. You can't go back once you've crossed it. But unfortunately for Nakamachi, he didn't really have an option as he was frog marched like a bouncer out of a nightclub back across his own halfway line. Well, the inbounds from Ryan Cowling today have been exquisite. They have been bang on the money, right in to the breadbasket of all the GB players, be they stationary, be they on the move. And that sort of accuracy, as demonstrated by the Japanese there. What a stupendous long ball. And Nakamachi getting his first try of the match. Well, Robinson looks dominant in the chair. He looks regal, in fact. As he bruises his way up to the halfway line, Jim Roberts arrives on the scene. And he grows Great Britain's lead to 8. 40 points to 32 now, 90 seconds remaining of the third quarter. A third quarter that has been dominated by Great Britain. With the key turning point being the illegal activity of the man who just threw the errant pass, 21, the Japanese captain, Ike. Just doesn't go to hand, asking too much of Nakamachi.
Well,
Britain with a turnover and a chance to go 9 ahead.
It's also the defence of Great Britain as well. Japan averaging 56.7 tries per game so far in this tournament. And the way this is going, they're going to be nowhere near their average in this game, which again underlines just how good Great Britain have been off the ball in this match.
Well, only USA have scored more tries than Japan up until this point, and that was only by 1. Japan have had 170 in their opening 3 games, and look at the paltry return due to the miserly defence offered by Great Britain. Japan seeking to try and just generate anything. They're having to take risks and roll the dice, but the game is slipping away from them now as the ball slips into Jim Roberts' hands. And it'll be a 10-point advantage for Great Britain.
Yeah, incredible. So 21.7 seconds left in this third quarter, which has been not good at all for Japan. They've only scored 9 tries in this quarter, being outscored by 8.
Ikazaki cannot get away from Roberts. Robinson then arrives on the scene. Beautiful ball lost by Ike, and he does regather, but his wheels had already crossed the line.
Yeah, Cowling's going to spend a minute in the penalty box. It was just a bad case of poor timing more than anything.
Well, so Ike did depart the court, but he was made to do so illegally due to Cowling. Nakamachi scores with 4.1 seconds remaining of a quarter to forget for Japan. Britain will likely just be content to see this out. They won't go for the try. They're happy enough with their 9-try advantage. The hooter goes, and a deathly hush has descended upon the Yoyogi National Stadium because the host Japan now trail Great Britain 42 points to 33 in the mixed wheelchair rugby semi-final. Extraordinary quarter of wheelchair rugby. What will be going through his mind? His flagrant foul being the catalyst for Great Britain's extraordinary quarter, a quarter in which they scored 7 tries more than the Japanese and have left them a mountain to mount. Mount Fuji, if they stand any hope of progressing through to the gold medal match. Mixed wheelchair rugby semi-final action at the Yoyogi National Stadium. It is the host nations, Japan, in a real bind against Team GB. 1 quarter remaining. 33-42 the score in Great Britain's favour. The enormity of the challenge that Japan face cannot be overstated. So Ryan Cowling gets us underway in the 4th quarter of the mixed wheelchair rugby semi-final at the Yoyogi National Stadium in typical fashion, accurate and into the hands of a GB player, scoring and extending this extraordinary lead to 10. Japan with only 8 minutes left to turn this match around. New combination on the court, Ikazaki and Shimekawa. The captain, Ike, taking his first minutes on the replacements bench. Japan needs something to happen. They need to force something to happen. And by trying this new combination, maybe it's the only way. 10 tries. It will require a Herculean effort. So Phipps back onto the court. Robinson, very, very good for Great Britain in that 3rd quarter. Phipps, pretty good in the 2nd. There's been a nice balance to the manner in which GB have built their attacks, and Roberts has stayed on for every second so far, complemented by Phipps, by Robinson, but also the industrious, unglamorous work of Johnny Coggan and Ryan Cowling. Ikizaki in for another try. He needs to delve deep into his well of experience, into his thirst for scoring tries. It would be miraculous if Japan were to overturn this, but stranger things have happened. And with the carrot of a Paralympic gold medal match dangling, is it enough to inspire the host nation to do the unthinkable?
Oh, it's all in Britain's favour now. They're just professionally closing this game out. They won't let this slip, surely. They've got really good momentum through this game.
Shimakawa does so well to even collect the ball, but the second it's in his grasp, Jim Roberts cannons into him. We see Shimakawa exit the court, not on his terms.
Well, that's not ruled a foul by the officials. You could see Shimakawa has called the player timeout just before he ended up on the floor.
Well, Shimakawa is replaced as well in the aftermath of that hit. As Ikazaki gets across for another try. Wakayama's on. Hashimoto getting some semi-final minutes. And is that almost a sign that Japan have maybe surrendered hope? And they want to give some of their other squad members some minutes on the court with a bronze medal match in mind. Well, Hashimoto, he's been used sparingly thus far, the high category youngster, 19 years old, first Paralympic Games of the Tohoku Stormers. A face for the future of this emerging para-sport here in Japan. It really is one that the Japanese have taken a huge amount of interest and given a lot of love to after the bronze medal in Rio, the World Championship win in Sydney in 2018. This team and the Japanese nation had golden dreams coming into this Tokyo Games. But as Great Britain continue to not make any errors at all and deploy this variety of attacking threats that we see with Ryan Cowling, there just doesn't seem a way back for them.
Well, Japan are getting no looks at all. And that just typifies the attitude, that right there. I mean, the scoreboard is only in one way, yet you would have, if you take the scoreboard out of it, you'd think that Great Britain were 9 points behind, not Japan.
Excellent wheel work from Hashimoto. He's got Phipps escorting him into the GB court. Hashimoto actually was free, but he plumps to pass it with his more experienced teammate in Ikazaki, who gets across the line. Good energy from the youngster since coming on.
Well, what Japan need is stops, but they're not even close to coming. Good
Lovely
ball.
1-2, the length of the court. There's a wipeout in the process. All looked pretty accidental and non-malicious. As we see Coggan just bounce back to Roberts, who is flying in with pace, and it was that pace that caused the upturned chair.
Oh, Gawa was the player there.
Well, you mentioned that Japan need turnovers, Japan need steals. Great Britain have only been turned over twice. They've stolen it 6 times, whereas Japan have been turned over 5 times, and they've only fashioned 1 steal all match. And that right there is why Great Britain are in the gold medal match box seat.
Well, penalty try's been given.
Some time for reflection for Wakayama in the penalty box. Risky pass from Ryan Cowling, but Phipps with a bit of zip gathers it in. And Britain right now are going to be in no rush to do anything on this court, let alone scoring. Happy to just erode the clock with as much hijinks as they like. Expertly done by Team GB. Jim Roberts, the cannonball, and Aaron Phipps, the scorer. Hashimoto, all jammed up, finding Ikazaki. Whoa, big shot coming in from Jim Roberts, but Hashimoto rides it well to the warm applause of the Yoyogi. They enjoyed that one.
Yeah, wonderful score for the youngster.
He won't enjoy the circumstances at which he's on the court at the moment, with Japan looking forlorn, but it's been shorn of minutes so far in the Paralympics, so to get an extended run out there on the court, get a few tries under his belt too.
Well, that call's gone against Great Britain, rather, so there has been a turnover with that offensive foul.
Don't write them off yet. Hashimoto, try number 3. After the spin from Ryan Cowling, gives possession back to the red jerseyed Japanese. Jim Roberts. Takes his time. Not too much nonsense. Restores the 8-point lead.
16 tries to Roberts now, who's had a really good second half. And he's tried everything, Kevin Orr, with his team, but he's tried EK, he's tried all his combinations. He's tried to fire up his team with some stern talking, but it just hasn't happened for Coach Orr in this game and his Japanese team. Another turnover.
Japan turned over. Jim Roberts almost atomized by Hashimoto coming in on the swerve, but he does well to evade him. Aaron Phipps, he has been a sensational foil to Jim Roberts' brilliance today. Phipps and Robinson just being the perfect dance partners for Great Britain's main man. And Hashimoto has brought something different from Japan since coming on. He's surrounded by 1-2 Great Britain jerseys. Shows a bit of passing range, lovely from the Japanese. And Wakayama helps himself to a try. Guess who? In the backcourt, gliding across, but an unnecessary challenge from Johnny Kogino on Ikazaki. He's going to see that one chalked off.
Yeah, so it's going to be Japanese ball.
Well, that's Johnny Coggan's second spinning foul in around about 60 seconds. So while GB are in a premium position to book their place in the gold medal match, they can't get reckless with 3 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. Kurahashi has taken to the court. Hashimoto. Plenty of time on the shot clock, weaving and finding the try line through the left funnel. Ike, the Japanese inspirational leader, main playmaker, one man kleptomaniac in terms of steals. He just hasn't had it his way today. It's Jim Roberts. Try by try is putting this game beyond reach of the Japanese. And what about this for Great Britain? Were they to close this out, as it looks like they might close it out, into the gold medal match, guaranteeing them their first ever medal in Paralympic wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, great achievement for Coach Shaw and his team.
Here come Japan. Great Britain hunting like dogs in the back court once again. Nakamachi met by Roberts and then bumped once again by Phipps. So Roberts had left the court. Japan will have the possession and they'll have the numerical advantage. 2 minutes 38 on the clock. Ikazaki on the scene. Ikazaki scoring. Oh, Hashimoto almost with the interception. Roberts snaffles it when it runs loose before switching into slalom mode, working the arms, pumping them through, and pumping Great Britain to another try. "19 tries for Jim Roberts." Well, he hardly scored any in the first quarter. It was all about Stu Robinson. And really, that has been Great Britain's brilliance today, is the variety, the dexterity in their attack, the number of people that they brought in and unlocked this Japanese defence.
Yeah, Cowling and Coggan have played very well as well. It's been a really good team effort. In fact, most of the half of the British team haven't even got on court today.
Yes.
Been the 6 core players of the 4 on court at the moment, plus Robinson. In fact, they've only used 5. So interesting, isn't it? With a squad of 12, only 5 British players have been used in this game, but it's worked a treat.
Well, we have seen it from other nations, notably the French. But the French running out of steam. But when you're this many tries up, and everything you touch turns to tries, just like it has by Aaron Phipps, you can go all day. Britain are 90 seconds away from booking their place in the gold medal match at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. It's going to be a disappointing conclusion to a committed Paralympic gold medal campaign for Japan. They will have the bronze to compete for, the medal that they won in Rio. As young Hashimoto gets another try. And plenty of jostling and jousting in the mid-court, giving Aaron Phipps the time, giving him the vision to find Jim Roberts, who has been quite sublime today for Great Britain. Japanese not going down without a fight. Ikazaki in for another try. Brings up a perfect 10 for Japan's top try scorer across the Paralympics. Though it hasn't been a perfect performance by his nation, Paul Shaw, he knows. He knows that he will be a Paralympic medalist coach. And it'll be confirmed in 38.5 seconds. Japan, they've been magnificent to this point, beaten by a better GB team. Ikazaki back scoring, back getting some good feeling and some good momentum with the bronze medal match looming for them.
Well, Cowling just a little too excited there, getting over the line. A bit too fast.
Ikazaki, he's got the habit, the try-scoring habit, and he can't kick it in this quarter.
He just hasn't quite had the dominance in this game right from the start, and again, Great Britain have done a great job in keeping him quiet during the crucial moments of the game, which came in the second and third quarter.
Well, one final spinning foul to knock us off for this match, for this fourth quarter. Hashimoto on Aaron Phipps. And with 24.1 seconds remaining on the clock, Britain in possession. They are in control. They're in control of the clock. They're in control of the ball. And they are now in control of their gold medal destiny. They will progress to the gold medal match. Japan will fight for bronze. One last chance for Ikazaki to end the semi-final with a try. It is purely consolation, because as the hooter goes, you will see from that reaction of the Great Britain bench, of Aaron Phipps exploding with passion into the atmosphere of the Yoyogi National Stadium. They have defeated the host Japan in the mixed wheelchair rugby semi-final, 55 points to 49. Britain will battle for gold. Well, a quite extraordinary semi-final. You see the emotion on Aaron Phipps's face. He played his part, plenty of tries, trademark energy. Coming up against a much fancied Japan, who until today had not been beaten at Tokyo 2020.
Well, sometimes you learn more from your losses than your victories, and that's certainly the case in Great Britain's case after they dropped their final pool game against the United States, a game they probably should have won as well. But that's a huge credit to Paul Shaw and the leadership of Great Britain to come back and beat this Japanese team who had looked very good up to this game, and there they are, the emotions of victory and defeat on full display once again in sport.
Well, in Japan you see the gut-wrenching desolation of departure, and that is the yin and yang of the emotions of elite sport. You see Aaron Phipps embracing each and every one of his British teammates. They are going down in Great Britain wheelchair rugby history, as Japan are left with the thoughts of what if. Jim Roberts was magnificent, and he will need to be magnificent again if Britain are to clinch gold at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics as they head to the final of the wheelchair rugby.
Boy. Yes, Ken. Yes, Ken. Yes, Ken.
Wheelchair rugby semi-final action was held here at the Yoyogi National Stadium. Japan versus Great Britain, and it is Great Britain who will progress to the gold medal match, winning 55 points to 49. The stats tell it all. 8 steals to Britain, 5 turnovers conceded by Japan, and an uncharacteristic disciplined performance from the host nation. They will battle for bronze as they did in Rio, but it is Britain who progress to the gold medal match here at Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. Great Britain book their place in the gold medal match. United States or Australia await, pendant on what happens in that mouth-watering semi-final. Japan, it'll be a hope of bronze again, just as they once did in Rio, unable to further themselves in their home Paralympics, but plenty to play for in that bronze medal match.
I'm upset. Let's leave it on this court. Let's get it tomorrow, okay? All right, guys, let's hold our head up. Let's go. Let's put our head up. Let's go. Let's leave this court.
Semi-final time of the mixed wheelchair rugby at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. The hosts, Japan, met Great Britain, and it is Great Britain who will progress to the gold medal match after a resounding 55-49 victory over the host nation. That man Ike, his play in the third quarter, seeing him move to the penalty box for a flagrant foul, was the turning point, and that picture tells you all you need to know about the desolation the Japanese are feeling in the wake of being upset by an inspired Team GB, who have done what no GB team have ever done before. They have medalled in the wheelchair rugby, and they'll go for gold in the final.